And we should be live now. Yep, we're live. Hopefully I won't get interrupted much today, considering, you know, considering it's so early in the morning and the people that tend to message me are the people from America. Copy link. Discord. I don't normally stream this early. I don't normally stream or record on Saturdays, to be fair, either. I don't normally record on Saturdays because I've got D&D later tonight. Build the video, build the stream on my phone. Also need to plug my phone in so it's charging. The hell noise was that? Was that someone from the game? I hope so. Otherwise I'm hearing shit. So yeah. Haven't really done anything with the monk. I decided to stick to my word and became ninja. My ninja is level 35. So yeah. Oh, yeah, I was doing the leveling dungeons. Doing the leveling roulette. See how long it takes for us to get to Leviathan and kick his ass. I now actually have a squadron. I think they might actually be done with the job I gave them to do. I'm gonna check on them. Definitely be in an hour, I think. Think being the main word. Ow. Okay, still need to turn this down a bit. In any case, a small success like this will improve the unit's cohesion and help sharpen their individual skills. And that's where they do their training. Honestly, like, doing the training courses is actually useful. Each mission can be completed once per week, with deployment status being reset every Tuesday 9 AM. Training courses, on the other hand, can be used however. Mentor, tactical. This raises up all other things. So ideally, you want it to be like a solid, good, even balance between all of them if you can. It's a bit difficult to do that, but if you can get it done, you can get it done. You know what I mean? And I think that'll take an hour. Yeah, that'll take an hour. So because I'm now lieutenant, I am fully unable to get promoted unless they do. It's pretty much how it goes now. So I can't reach the next rank until they've done. I think the level is a level 45 mission for the squadron. It's a bloody pain in the ass one to do, I'll tell you that much. Dun, 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 dun. I love my nice little blood red get-up as my monk. Probably do the same for ninja, to be fair, when I get that like as highly leveled up as this is. We're still having to work with level 50 gear, don't get me wrong, because, you know, it's the highest amount of gear I can get at the moment. Okay, I guess we're gonna be sat here waiting still, because I don't really have anything else to do. Unless I decide to go about doing the side missions or leave quests. So there's a question of, do I want to do that? Buff up my money more? Yeah, it's probably for the best. Better than just standing around. This is the one thing I don't like when it comes to dungeons that are solely just going to be like story based, so you have to wait to do them. Oh, we're taking the bronze pieces. There's one literally right on the floor. At the bottom of the stairs. Yes, go going around. Really? Oh. Never mind, I thought it was going to be like up on a roof or something daft like that. But it's not. Huh. Caught me surprised. Am I just blind? Because I don't even see the one that's meant to be here either. Yeah, that's because that's where my mission's taking place. That's why I don't. Oh, blimey. I'm an idiot. Is this one? Nope. Moved a bit too soon. Oh yeah, lads, you haven't seen a packed lunch in a while, do you, have you? Again, am I just blind? Okay, so people also have the lunch. Oh my god, that annoys me. I thought it was just legit, like they were lost and that was it. I didn't think other people had them. Oh, Christ. Okay. That's fair. Finally. Ah, finally. We can actually try and do this. A mighty Leviathan. Okay. Thanks for that. we've got a Reaper next to us. Oh, look at that Reaper, that fucking scythe, man. That looks gorgeous. Use my second wind, so that way the hero doesn't have to worry about me too much. God, can the music be more hardcore? Jesus, I love it. Come on. Let's get this done with. Damn, they all left. Damn. Dun 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 da 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 da. Dun 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 dun. Oh, that's to Hawkazali. We want this one.
We Lominsons are sworn to strive, till sea swallows all. And swallow all it would have, had Leviathan prevailed. That we still strive now, we owe in no small part to you. Not for the first time, you have delivered Limsa Lominsa from the wrath of a primal. Never has our nation known a stouter ally.
Hell yeah.
On behalf of my people, I give you my humblest thanks. 'Tis meet that I give thanks to old Mistbeard, too, for his fine solution. Whatever else he may have been, 'tis clear he was a resourceful soul. Would that I had a man like him in my service.
He's Mistbeard.
Before I set foot in these lands, I had no inkling that the people of Eorzea contended with such mighty foes. Suffice it to say, their existence came as something of a shock, as did the idea that they could be defeated. This experience has served to remind me of the vastness of the world, and the boundless potential of man. Though I am but a refugee in this realm, I would fain be of use to you in your fight. Know that I am tutored in one of the foremost combat arts of the Far East. It may seem outlandish to the Eorzean eye, but should any of your people care to learn, I would be pleased to initiate them.
Hey, teaching people how to be
And I will
ninja.
see to it that they are grateful. I have no doubt that your knowledge and skills will serve us well. Besides, your art is not so outlandish as you think. Would you not agree, Master Thancred?
Naught escapes your searching eye, Admiral. Few are privy to this information, but Limsa Lominsa is home to a certain secret fraternity. Its members are trained in a form of combat not unlike your own. By my judgment, it should not be beyond such individuals to adapt to the techniques I witnessed you employing with such admirable deftness.
I am heartened to hear this. I too noted a kinship between your style and mine own, though it seemed to me that you fought differently in the beginning.
I suppose I did. What can I say? I'm a man of many talents.
Though you may labor to believe it, Thancred was once something of a scoundrel who fraternized with the criminal class in these parts.
Yestola! You jest, of course.
But for a chance encounter with Alphino's grandsire, he might never have left Limsa Lominsa, or received an education in Sharlayan, or taken up his post in Uldar, which is where he trained in the blade, lest you wonder.
Minfilia, please!
It would seem there is more to you than meets the eye, Master Thancred.
Lady Yugiri, I am told that you and yours came to Eorzea seeking permanent resettlement, and that many domins have since been engaged as frontier hands at Revenant's Toll. Moderna is many things, but a place of refuge it is not. Know that I would like nothing better than to furnish your people with a new home here on Lominsan soil. Alas, racked by instability as we are, our nation is in no fit state to take you in. Yet I'll not have it said that we turned a blind eye to your suffering. Until such time as we can do more, I pledge to send provisions.
Hey, good old Admiral.
We are in your debt, Admiral. I realize that it scarce qualifies as repayment, but if it please you, I shall set about sharing my martial knowledge with your people at once.
You wished a word in private.
The better not to spoil the festive mood. History repeats itself, Admiral. As the kobolds did before them, the Sahagin resorted to summoning their god over a territorial feud. They acted in self-preservation. It may be that the Sahagin initiated this particular clash, but how it begins does not interest me so much as how it ends.
I have not forgotten our conversation, Y'ashtola. I am aware that man bears part of the blame for the Primal's existence. Nor am I ignorant of the Sahagin's reason for acting. They sought to secure a place to breed and multiply that their kind might survive. Self-preservation, as you say. But we have as much right to live and thrive as they. If our own survival is threatened, are we to lay down our arms and welcome oblivion? Nay.
And so you kill, that you might live. Yet if living is a right, then that right belongs to all peoples, be they men or beastmen.
I'll not deny your reasoning, but when a storm gathers, it falls to me to see my people safely through it. That is my duty, and I shall do it.
As must we all, Admiral. Stay the course, then, but know that it will lead to no good end.
Man has ever put himself first and foremost. To justify his actions, he clads himself in the armor of righteousness, though it be a fancy of his own making. In this, mayhap the Garleans and we Domans are not so different.
Eorzea has become as a raging sea. If we are to keep our heads above the waves, we cannot scruple to drown the man next to us. When hopes of coexistence founder, strength must determine who has the greater right to live.
Damn. Ooh, getting chills, man. This is why I like the Admiral. You get a lot more from her in terms of how things are seen than with other the other company leaders. To the inconspicuous man. Here's Melville's letter of introduction. So, you're the Admiral, you're the man the Admiral sent word of. I was hoping I might catch a glimpse of Thancred too. Been a while since I saw his shite-eating grin. But what with all the doe-eyed wenches about, expect he's got his hands full. Ah, and you must be the Far Easterner what Merwin says wants to train with us. Welcome to Limsa, milady. I am Ugiri of Doma. 'Tis an honor to make your acquaintance. I must confess, when first I learned of your organization, I had certain preconceptions as to the nature of your membership. It would seem I was mistaken. You're not the first person to say that, lass. Limsa's a city of pirates, to be sure, and pirates don't give two farts about keeping a spotless reputation. They hardly need a secret society to do their dirty work. My beers, my people, and I keep to the shadows. But we've got nothing to be ashamed of. It's simply better for business that we remain unseen. And so you have developed fighting techniques suited to this purpose. I see. Know that the practitioners of my art, too, are denizens of shadow. 'Tis in stealth that our strength lies. There is much we might learn from one another, I think. And what in the seven hells are we waiting for? If you'd come with us, you get your... what's it? We can get acquainted in more private surrounds. That didn't come out right, did it? Master Dante, I shall remain with these people for a time that I might study their ways. Though I am loath to be separated from my countrymen, I take solace in the knowledge that they are in the best of hands. You have been a true friend to us Domans. No wonder, no words would suffice to express my gratitude. Ere long I hope to begin imparting my martial knowledge to the people of Eorzea. When that time comes, it would be my honor to welcome you as a student. Sorry, but I'm already a ninja in some aspects. I just need Jin and then I've got all the mudra. I think I'd probably go with the laurel earrings for when I get the rogue up there of a higher level. Dun dun da 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 dun 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 da 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 dun dun dun.
I have been reflecting upon the events which took place during our visit to Vilbrand. If you have a moment, I would share my conclusions with you. Please, bear with me. When the Sahagin Elder summoned Leviathan, he employed the power we have come to know as the Echo. Though I cannot well explain the how of it, it would seem he became immortal in so doing. When the Admiral subsequently slew him, his spirit emerged from his lifeless flesh, a consciousness shorn of physical form. Thus transfigured, he took up residence in the body of his minion with the ease of a man donning a favorite glove. Long have I known that the Echo allows one to pass through the walls of a man's soul, but never did I imagine that it could free us from our own flesh, nor less that our souls could then occupy the next corporeal vessel to take our fancy. It was of this that Elidibus spoke, an existence which knows neither cessation nor oblivion. And yet, though the Sahagin had mastered his gift and thereby become immortal, he was by no means invulnerable. As we both bore witness, he was ultimately absorbed into Leviathan. And the import of this observation? If the Ascians' mode of existence is indeed the same, it can be inferred that they too are not invulnerable, that they can be destroyed.
I don't question it at all.
There exists a legend which tells of souls who are reborn upon the cusp of each umbral calamity, that they might stay the encroaching darkness. To most, it is but a fairy tale, yet recent events have given me cause to wonder. Could the legend in fact refer to the Echo?
Probably.
Much and more yet remains unknown, but I am confident that all will become clear in time. For the present, however, what matters is that the key to defeating the Ascians may at last be within sight. With Urianger's aid, it is my hope that I shall fathom this matter ere long. Oh, I was just about to send for you, my friend. Is Artemis?
Grave tidings from the Sharlayan motherland, my lady.
Oh
It
no.
doth concern our distant allies, the students of Baldessian.
What of them?
My lady, the Isle of Val, which for many years hath been the Order's home, is no more.
No more? Whatever do you mean?
I relate only that which hath been conveyed unto me by our agents. An etheric wave of the highest magnitude was recorded in the region. Soon thereafter, 'twas observed that the isle had ceased to be.
Disappeared.
'Tis postulated that a magic was evoked, like in power to Ultima.
12 preserve.
If there are no other matters, I move that today's meeting be adjourned. It is done, my lord. Forgive my impertinence, my lord, but these orders, I am uncertain as to what end they serve. Revolution.
Yeah, I'll go with Laurel, because I think they're more for... I think the rogues mainly use ducks and stuff with their weapons. I could be completely fucking wrong. But, you know. Oh, that's for casters, which would be nice. The Great Divide. It concerns etheric fluctuations, which were previously attributed to good King Mogul Mog the 12. That the king is no more is a blessing for which we have to utilize him. Yet all is not well in the 12's world. Our latest readings reveal an ongoing etheric disturbance of considerable magnitude. They may even suggest the presence of a primal. Yeah. A band of refugees hailing from Orda, this time are coming to Revenant's Toll seeking asylum. It would seem they expect us to afford them the same treatment we gave the Domans. At present they are in the 7th heaven, awaiting a formal response. I see. Mayhaps it is supposed to be expected. I shall meet with them others. Esilia, you know full well we haven't the resources to accommodate many more people. Consider what will happen if you do this. Word will spread and more will follow. More refugees. I apologize for keeping you waiting. My name is Mephilia, and I lead the Scions of the Seventh Dawn. 12 be praised, it is you. We're ready and willing to work, same as the Domers. Just give us a task and we'll see it done. Pray calm yourselves. I appreciate your enthusiasm, but I know naught of your situation. Beg your pardon, Antecedent, but I ain't so good with words. We've been living off the scrap of Oda for years now, trying to piece together a life to replace the one what got took. They say there's work, but there's naught for an honest man. Naught as wouldn't sully his soul sooner than his palms. Anyway, the flames do what they can for us, of course, but it ain't near enough. And it's only getting worse. When the calamity brought us to our knees, those rich bastards in the city didn't help us up. They climbed on our backs. I don't pretend to be clever, but even I can see what's coming. I knew we had to run. The only question was where, and then it came to me, Revenant's Toll. I mean, you took them foreigners in, didn't you? So you'd surely do the same for us. I fear the situation is rather more complicated. While it is true that we accepted the Doma's petition for aid, that decision was the product of extraordinary circumstances. I sympathize deeply with your plight, but pray understand that it is not possible for an organization of our means to aid all who have been affected by the calamity, and so it is with great regret that I must deny your request. But, but we've nowhere else to go. You're turning your back on us? If I might have a word, Tataru, is Artemis? Ill tidings from Oldar, my lady. Alfie now has been wounded. What? How? Is it serious? I cannot say for certain, but I fear it might be. According to the flames, the refugees started a riot. They went wild, apparently lashing out on any and everyone. That can't be right, why would they? They must have been provoked. The demonstration was meant to be peaceful. Seven hells, now the blades have an excuse. They'll round us up and kill anyone who tries to resist. Antecedent, please, if you won't help us build a new life, at least help us keep the ones we've got. My lady? We are not ones to stand idly by and watch innocents suffer. However, until we know more of the circumstances surrounding this riot, I am not certain what aid, if any, we can provide. If the authorities determine that the refugees attacked without provocation, then those responsible will have to answer for their actions. How can you be so blind? Find Alfinal, and quickly. If he is in danger, or worse, I would have you and none other by his side. Thank you. Pray do not concern yourself with the matter we were discussing earlier. Ida and Papalima will see to it. Alfina is being cheated at the hourglass. Hurry, Dante. Which one are you? Oh, you give me a phoenix down. Phoenix downs are useful. Yeah, I'll do that in a bit. Papaya, 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 papaya. Papaya. Papaya, 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 papaya.
Come, you must have gathered by now that Tataru is given to exaggeration. As you can see, I am quite well. Ul'dah, on the other hand, is not. This riot was anything but an isolated incident. There is a restlessness in the air. Tensions long simmering are at last threatening to boil over. Ul'dah is a nation infamous for the great disparity between the wealthy and the poor. The majority of the populace accepts this state of affairs because they believe that every man bears responsibility for his own lot in life. To an Ul'dan, money is the foremost, and some would say the only measure of a man's worth. Small wonder that the wealthiest wield the greatest influence. So where do the refugees fit into this social hierarchy? What place is there for those who fled Alamigo and the destruction of the Calamity? Plainly, there is none. They have no wealth, no power, and no worth. To the Ul'dan way of thinking, they may as well not exist. Choosing to ignore their existence, however, is patently not an option. General Rauban and the Sultana understand this, which is why they ordered the Immortal Flames to provide the refugees aid and succor. Yet none would dispute that the expenses incurred by this policy grow by the day, with no end in sight. This has prompted more and more Uldans to question their obligation to aid these worthless wanderers. While more and more refugees have come to resent their treatment at the hands of the sneering citizenry. The manner of Lord Lolorito's refusal to grant the Dolmens asylum bespoke a disdain for all refugees, an attitude shared by the rest of the monetarists. And you may be sure they make no effort to conceal their opinions. It was only a matter of time before the refugees united in protest. Nor is it any surprise that some among them would ultimately resort to violence. That the Immortal Flames should choose this of all occasions to engage in joint training exercises with the other Grand Companies. By the time they return, the situation may well have deteriorated beyond mending.
Both of these would be good for my casters, but this does do a bit more, so we'll do that. Excuse me. Now is not a good time, Dante. My hands are full dealing with the refugees. Precisely the matter we wish to discuss, General. Alfino, back on your feet already? You may credit my swift recovery to your chirurgeons. My memories of the riot are still somewhat muddled. I trust you managed to regain control of the situation? Not entirely. We secured the city soon enough, but not before the unrest had spread to the surrounding territories. Pockets of resistance remain throughout Thanalan. We have somewhat forces we can spare to root out the last of the belligerents, but progress is slow, and damnably elusive. I can well imagine. Given that the majority of refugees live outside the walls, it stands to reason that they would know the lay of the land. What I do not understand is how they came to be so well prepared before my little accident. I observed that several of the refugees were armed, and not with butcher's knives or pitchforks, but with martial weaponry, and need hardly add that such equipment is costly. None can deny that tensions between the Odan citizenry and the refugee population have increased since the Domans were turned away. But would that motivate a starving man to purchase in arms in lieu of food? I think not. And what of those who have not even a single gil to spend, who could survive without the aid provided by the Immortal Flames? Surely they would sooner sell a weapon than bring it to bear against their benefactors. Come to the point. Very well. My point, General, is that this powder keg of discontent was not set alight by chance. These events were deliberately set in motion. And now order must be restored. That is my first duty. Until it is done, any investigation can wait. I do not have time to discuss this. My scouts will be returning anon. The general is no fool. He keeps his own counsel and with good cause. Were he to claim, without the necessary proof, that these riots were instigated by outside forces, the Monetaris would accuse him of attempting to shirk responsibility. After all, he and the Sultana have been the most outspoken proponents of refugee aid. Regardless, they will face harsh criticism in the days ahead. Our allies may stumble upon the truth in time, but I have far more faith in your abilities, Dante. Therefore, I propose we conduct our own investigation, independent of the authorities. To that end, I would have you make inquiries in the settlements suspected of harboring belligerents. Commander Swift will know which they are. He may balk at a request for such information, but I've no doubt that you could persuade him with your silver tongue. I, meanwhile, shall seek answers in my own way, after which we can regroup and share our findings. Well then, shall we? You look as though you have something to say, Dante. Do you? What you ask is no simple favor. Were such information to fall into the wrong hands, the lives of countless soldiers would be at risk. Even so, there is wisdom in your words. An able individual may be better suited to this task than a regiment. Very well. The brass blades have reported suspicious activity in the vicinity of Lost Hope. It may be unrelated to recent events, but we doubt it. I suggest you begin by speaking to the blades posted there. First, however, we're going to do this level 50 quest to get the Phoenix Stone. Oh, it's a Makate. Oh, if only you were still alive, Inspector. You'd know how to stop these zombies. Ah, you there. Could it be? You've come to offer your services to me? Oh, but where are my manners? Allow me to introduce myself. My name is Nashu, Agent of Inquiries, Extraordinary Inspector. At least that's what I'm trying to be. It's not quite as easy as he made it look. Inspector Hildebrand was a great man, a real Eorzean hero. We traveled the world, me and him, solving cases and thwarting evil. No matter the mystery, you could always count on the inspector to solve it with grace and style. But then there was the final case. The case of the century, he called it. How to stop the Red Moon from destroying the world. To save us all, he flew into the sky, and all I could do was watch. But then he came back down and he... This is all a joke. A big funny joke, right, Inspector? Any moment now you'll burst out on the ground and shout, "Surprise! Had you fooled, eh?" And we'll laugh and laugh. They say no one remembers the warriors of light. Their names, their faces, all gone forever. But I remember you, Inspector. No, Gentleman Hero Hildebrand. I can never be the hero you were, but I'll do my best to try. So I told myself, well, Nashu, there must be a leader, a head zombie who tells the rest what to do. Therefore, all we need to do is kill him. Again, that is. Unfortunately, I don't know where he is or how to find him. But now that you're here, my faithful assistant, you can try the one good idea I've come up with so far. If you go to where the dapper zombies were last seen in southern Thanalan, you might find them. And then you could become their friend and ask to meet their leader. Yeah, that's sure to work. I don't think she fully understands what's going on here. Oh. The chance of this coming anytime soon is gonna be a big friggin'. Heyo, Reese. You just woke up. To be fair, that's fair. It is a Saturday after all. What brings you here, adventurer? A search for refugees? Well, then you've come to the right place. I mean, those refugees. Oh no, you won't find them here. Most of the people of Warsop have come to accept their situation and are content to pass their days in peace and quiet. Outsiders have trouble understanding that, like that merchant who passed through recently. Gregarious fellow, but awfully opinionated. Can't say I was sad to see him go. I didn't expect them to send you, Dante. I take it this means someone has read my report. The refugees who left with the merchant have yet to return, and I am increasingly concerned that Zazawaka's suspicion were correct. You haven't the foggiest what I'm talking about, do you? Never mind. Speak with Zazawaka. He will explain everything. Zazawaka. What a name. I mean, to be fair, I don't blame him for thinking I am a flame, considering my uniform is basically blood red. I guess for soothing. Who are you? What do you want? It's true, I followed the merchant and made a god strike me down for my folly. What they will not give, you must take, he said. When we asked how, he revealed a cache of weapons he had brought and implored us to seize control of our fates. I thought about running then and there, but the others were so excited. He split us into two groups, sent us off on our own. But when the flames found us, we didn't know what to do. Our leader tried to parley with theirs, but then they started arguing, and then fighting. And then everyone was fighting, and the flames were shouting to give no quarter. Oh God, it's the other group. They're still out there. If we don't stop them, they'll be massacred like mine was. damn. This is why I don't screw with the authorities. Just saying. But yes, welcome, Reese. Hopefully you can finish off cleaning your room today. Because you did say you still got a bit left to clean up, so hopefully you can get that sorted today. And then once we're done with stream, we can do some blood hunt. I'm gonna start on that in like an hour when I wake up and get some food. Yeah, that's fair. You beat him like it was nothing. Thal almighty, what are we gonna do now? You should be glad I was using my fists and feet. Although, to be fair, actually, there are like little blades on this, so chances are, yeah, I did actually kill them. Oh well. By waking, I mean let my brain realize I'm awake, not trying to sleep. Yeah. It's a good thing you came to the stream then. Hearing my voice all the damn time should definitely fucking wake you up. Yeah, I might grab something to eat in a bit. Probably just be like some of the fruit that I got from the food bank, like the pears or the bananas. Just so I've had something to eat. I didn't bother with breakfast when I woke up. To be fair, I stayed in bed for a bit when I woke up as well. It's because I scared the crap out of you. Okay, you know, I might actually take the pieces, because these... all of these, like, gear that I'm getting is, like, item level 110. And I could easily just get item level 130 for my rogue and shit, for... as well as my black mage. And just do what I did with the monk and just do ironworks. So. Same with the weapons. Have you seen my parents? Oh no. Are we dealing with an orphan here? Game. They told me to stay here with the others. They said they'd be back soon, but it's been days. They left with the man from Oldar. The man said they were going to change everything, make it so we could live inside the walls with everyone else. I liked it when he said that. I didn't like it when he talked about making the rich people pay. Everyone looked so angry and I got scared. Say, mister, are you looking for someone? Yeah, I'm looking for that merchant. You mean the man who left with my parents? But I don't know where he... Wait, look! Over there! I think that's him! Oh no, which of these gullible fools shall be my next victim? You! And he's running off. Flashbacks of the funeral scene. He's getting away. Go get him, mister. Yeah, flashbacks of the funeral scene in Seven Deadly Sins there. Found you, bitch. You again? Why are you pursuing me? Sedition, treason, revolution. That's preposterous. Who has filled your head with these lies? Refugees? The self-same refugees who terrorize the streets of Oldar? Ha! You have no evidence to prove your accusations. None. No, I will not accompany you to the Hall of Flames. You have no right to detain me. For the sake of argument, let us say I did do those things that you claim. Surely you don't think I give a kikir's ass about politics. It was business. Only business. We both know I am not the one you want. However, if you agree to protect me, I swear I shall tell you everything. Never mind. What's all this commotion? 7 hells. Tell the others to spread out and search the area. The killer may still be close. I love the fact that he doesn't accuse us of this. Yeah, that dude just got assassinated. I'm so glad the dad decided to accuse us of this. Hold, adventurer. I would know more about your relationship with the victim, as well as the events leading up to his death. This man was responsible for the recent riots. Mayhap we owe his murderer a debt of gratitude. In any case, it is obvious that you are not the one whom we seek. You may carry on with your investigation, Scion. I think Felicity is one of the... Yeah, Felicity is one of the regulars I see. Yeah. When you're that popular and famous, they don't accuse you of murder. Yeah, that is the case. It seems to have mainly been story progression. So the person that plays Felicity also streams. We'll be able to give Link. Ow. It's not played on for a long time. Oh my god, this is just becoming a three-way conversation about me fucking streaming. What in the hell? It's on YouTube. Find Houndoom PFP. Pick. Huh? What in the hell? This is just a three-way conversation. Jeez. They've gone. Anyway. My regular viewers have never complained of lag. Legit, yeah, nobody's ever complained of latency before, so... And I've always got the stream up on my phone so I can see what it's showing at the time that it's coming up. So, I know that there's very little to close to no latency. It's ridiculous. I think latency is also mainly a bit of a Wi-Fi issue. Whether it's on their side or the viewer side is different. So, yeah. See, it's good here, to be honest, so you're alright. Yeah. A regular viewer just confirmed it's good. Every stream up and say, okay. It is, yeah. Fucking, it definitely is. Oh, I hate typing on this thing. If I had like an actual keyboard attached to my PS5, that would be different, but I don't. Oh, Christ. Right. I have glass fiber and play with alien cable. 260. I think it's also a case of how much is being taken up by streaming, and I think streaming to Twitch takes up quite a bit of Wi-Fi. So I don't think it's OBS. It could also be the bitrate for when you're streaming, like your bitrate settings. Because the great thing with YouTube, because I always tend to have like the actual tab up. Sometimes if your bitrate is more than recommended, it'll actually tell you. So it makes it easier to know if you're going over the recommended amount or if you're just perfect or if you're under. So like I've got my bitrate set to 2500 and that's perfect. That's like the recommended amount for YouTube. Beforehand I had it at like something ridiculous like 5000. I shouldn't have, because I think that's what caused the game, I think that's what caused my connection to occasionally like dip a bit to the point where it was just like, oh, she's disconnected, and then it like started up again like instantaneously. So yeah, I had a couple of blips yesterday, but today so far so good. I was considering switching to YouTube, but I don't know how many of my followers would join me if I go from Twitch to YouTube. It does sound... YouTube is more stable, yes. If your followers don't decide to come to YouTube to watch your streams, then I feel like that would kind of show how many are actually kind of loyal to you. Because I've jumped from Twitch to YouTube before. I've done YouTube content for a few years. I did Twitch for a bit when I actually got into streaming. But YouTube is definitely a lot more stable for me, both in terms of the fact that I can keep the content up no matter what. And I'm not having to deal with the horrible mentality of I must stream every day. Because normally I do videos with a friend of mine. And I do like massive bulk recording so that I get a break in between. So, yeah. It's one of those things where it's a lot easier to deal with being on YouTube than it is Twitch. Because Twitch, for someone like myself, you get into the bad mentality of must stream every day and otherwise, you know, nothing's gonna happen. Whereas with YouTube, it's a simple case of, yeah, just do like bulk recordings for like a few hours and then head on home or something. Like, head on off. Oh, hey, Ursula! Hold on. There we go. But yeah, that's just my little thing. I much prefer YouTube because of the fact that A, keeps my mental health nice and safe. Somewhat. My mental health's terrible anyway, but you know, it just makes it a bit easier. And you get plenty of time to rest if you do bulk recordings like I do, in which case you can spend time streaming or something. So yeah, I'd definitely recommend. Did Ursula? Did you go into like? Ursula went into teacher mode. That's either teacher or high school student. Yeah, streaming can definitely take a massive toll on mental health, and half of the time you just don't realize it. It can be a massive pain. So yeah. But yeah, in terms of the two, I'd recommend YouTube for more stable stuff in terms of your latency. Then I would Twitch, because even I noticed when on Twitch, it was a bit laggy and it took a while. What the hell? Those outfits, what is that? Oh my god! I can't even. Ursula's going unga bunga. DC is going hunga bunga. Oh, Christ. Oh, Christ. Oh, that actually fucking... I don't think I've laughed like that for a while. How's this man from Final Fantasy talking about shooting a chicken with an axe, Joe? Even my viewer's confused. Oh, Christ. Have a bit of water before my throat dries up from all that laughter. Jesus. But yes, I shall let you get on with your missions, Felicity. It would be nice if this thing would actually let me target you, rather than keep on targeting the NPC to the side. Yeah, I won't keep you up any longer. Enjoy your stream, I'm gonna go on as well. Yes. Have a good day, hope you enjoy doing your missions. Yeah, you will tend to hear me do a bit of voice acting for the characters as well, so yeah. Right, Flame Commander Swift. What news, Dante? Where's the merchant? You got shot! Murdered? Damn it all to the seventh hell. He was not simply murdered, Dante, he was silenced. Too many knew his face, and he was ready to divulge his secrets. Do not despair, though. We may be closer to identifying the true orchestrator of these riots than you realize. I'm just gonna get the silver pieces. The Flame The Flame General left word that you were to proceed to the Fragrant Chamber as soon as you return. He wishes to discuss your recent discoveries, as well as the results of our own investigation. Master Alfinal has already been informed and should be waiting for you outside. Pray proceed to the Royal Promenade with all haste and speak with Bartholomew. Alright, let's use the Aethernet for that, because screw trying to navigate around this city. Yeah, true, you are always confused by this game. That is true, Reese. I say out of all the cities, this one's definitely the most confusing at times. That's why I prefer Limsa Lominsa. We have been expecting you, sir. Please proceed inside.
Commander Swift has
Oh, thank God.
of your recent
It's voice acted.
You've made great strides towards quelling the violence.
Despite our best efforts to determine what provoked this uprising, the truth continues to elude us.
My jaw still hurts from the laughing.
Uncovered aught which might shed some light on the mystery?
This information does not leave this room. The Syndicate's decision to reject the Doman refugees' appeal for asylum had lasting repercussions. A number of those displaced by the calamity claimed it was proof of a policy of discrimination.
That's understandable.
Together with a group of Alamegan refugees, they organized a series of demonstrations to protest against the Sultanate. Demonstrations which became heated, but did not descend into violence. until a certain incident served as a call to arms.
Oh no.
A unit of brass blades sent to supervise a demonstration loosed arrows upon unarmed protesters.
Okay, so yeah, the protesters were provoked.
It was this atrocity which prompted the refugees to take up arms. I need not tell you what followed.
We assumed at first that the attack was born of a miscommunication. When emotions run high, they happen. But suspicions were raised regarding the unit's commanding officer, whom I ordered interrogated. Sure enough, our fears were soon confirmed. The dog confessed that a merchant had offered him coin to give the order. A merchant in the employ of Teleji Adeleji.
Teleji Adeleji. But he spoke in favor of the Doman's cause, and has ever seemed sympathetic towards the refugees' plight. Why would he do such a thing?
Know you of the Cartano Reclamation Bill? It is a proposal to annex the Cartano Flats so that refugees may establish permanent settlements.
When last I looked, that was disputed territory.
Aye. Some might even call it a battlefield. The destruction wrought by Bahamut was greatest at the Cartano Flats. That much is common knowledge. What is less well known is that his rampage laid bare ancient Alagon ruins, of which no record existed. There are certain differences of opinion as to how these ruins should be handled, which is why each nation maintains a military presence in the region to this day.
Jesus.
Yet differ though we may, we are still allies. Therefore, in the interest of preserving the Eorzean alliance, we have reached an agreement. Any conflict which may arise during the course of military exercises in the region shall have no bearing on relations between our nations. In full knowledge of this delicate state of affairs, Teleji Adeleji proposed the Cartano Reclamation Bill. A shameless bloody ruse which stands to benefit him in but one conceivable way. If successful, he will gain control over the disputed territory under the guise of assisting in the resettlement effort. And you can be sure he'll build an orphanage next to every Alagon ruin.
The man would threaten the unity of the Eorzean alliance and risk countless lives for personal gain.
Hold on, just messaging him at Discord. Just received a bit of news. Right, now D&D session today then.
Path all his own, independent of any faction and beholden to none of his fellows on the Syndicate.
By inciting the less fortunate to violence, he hopes to convince others that the Cartano Reclamation Bill is the only viable solution. His sympathy for the plight of the Domans was not but posturing to gain credibility with the refugees. Of that there can be no doubt.
Forgive me, but what could possibly motivate Teleji Adeleji to go to such lengths? What is so special about these ruins that he would risk his position on the Syndicate, and, most likely, charges of treason against the Sultanate?
Hey Akira. Risa's no session because Tammy has like chances are they'll be asleep. Due to the fact that they've got like no. Let me check. Let me see what they. Let me check the chemical name again. They run out of melatonin, so yeah, sleep's out of their control, which is fine. That sort of thing happens. And Ali has just recently messaged saying that she's recently just blacked out. So she needs to rest, and I'd rather she look after herself than take the chance of blacking out whilst in session or something.
Pardon?
An Oligon monstrosity, not unlike the Ultima weapon. Mayhap larger, we know not. It has yet to be fully excavated. Oligon inscriptions indicate that it was created to fell Bahamut himself. If accurate, it might explain why Nail Van Darnus chose to bring the Red Moon down upon the Cotonou Flats. Given the ends he went to ensure Eorzea's annihilation, destroying the one weapon which could stay the Elder Primal may well have seemed like good sense.
When first I bore witness to the power of the Ultima weapon, I doubted the evidence of my senses. And now you tell me there is another such weapon, one which could contend with Bahamut. Bahamut!
Aye, we were skeptical ourselves. Truth be told, until the Ultima weapon's existence came to light, we thought the inscription had been mistranslated.
At present, Omega is more akin to a fossil than a tool of war, having long since ceased to function. As such, its true potential cannot accurately be gauged.
No
However,
surprise there.
if someone were to restore it, as the Garleans did the Ultima weapon, I have little doubt that he would wield untold power.
Power enough to subjugate Uldar like as not, and the rest of Eorzea besides, which is doubtless why Teleji Adeleji yearns to have it.
That he should aspire to world domination. He who has ever walked 2 paces behind Lord Lolorito in matters of commerce.
'Tis in acknowledgement of his own limitations that he seeks this power. Woe betide us all should we allow him to have it.
Pray waste no time chasing rats. Only a fool would believe that secrets can be kept in Uldar.
It would seem the implications of the Sultanate's refugee problem are rather more far-reaching than we assumed.
Mm. Well then. Recent revelations weigh heavily on Alphanor's mind, I bet. I should be glad to know the truth, and yet the thought that all this chaos was the product of one man's lust for power sickens me. How long do you think they intend to hide the existence of Omega from the Scions? That they even felt the need to do so is most troubling. It would be in our best interest to learn more of the military activities in the disputed territories. Fortunately, you are already well positioned to do so, Lieutenant Havoc. Pray keep us informed of any developments in Cartano. Begone! Well, this is no place for children. I'm sorry. I was looking for you, mister. You said you were looking for the man who left with my parents. You know this girl? So he visited Stone's Throw. So he visited Stone's Throw as well. I see. Did you find the man? Were my parents with him? Oh, they were not, I am afraid. However, I can think of several places they might be. If you like, we can go and look for them together. Really? You'll help me look, mister? Of course, but first I must needs finish speaking with my friend. He's telling me a secret, you see, so no one else is allowed to listen. Mayhap you could wait for me by that pillar over there. We require but a moment. Okay, mister, I'll be waiting. I'll take her to the quicksand. Mayhap Mamodi will know what to do. A legion of Garleans, an aether-starved primal. Even dealing with an Ascian would be preferable to this charade. Sometimes I fear Minfilia is too ambitious. We rush hither and you in response to threats as they arise, without concern for the strain without concern for the strain it places on our limited resources and ourselves. Mayhap the time has come for a change. Dante, this is Minfilia. I know this is sudden, but I must ask you to return to Revenant's Toll with all due haste. The situation in the Twelveswood has taken a turn for the worse. I will explain in detail once you arrive. The Twelveswood? Then the primal threat she spoke of before has been confirmed. I have received no reports of Ixali activity, which leaves the Sylphs? Go, Dante. You know as well as I that the appearance of a primal takes precedence over all else. Oh, and when you arrive, do inform the Antecedent that while I am grateful for her concern, she needn't fear for my safety. I am more than capable of protecting myself. Yeah, that is true. That's gonna take a while to even do if I actually get that fate or not. The fact that it's all fate based is a bit unfortunate, but you know, it happens. It is a relief to see you healthy and hale, Dante. The latest news from Oda was most disturbing. Clearly, the only injury Alphanal suffered was to his ego. Doubtless it will heal ere long. The other scions will need to be present for this meeting. If you are ready to begin, I will summon them now. Alright. Thank you for responding to my call with such haste. Rest assured, I should not have summoned you were it not urgent. To business, then. I have received some most disturbing news from the Order of the Twin Adder. They have seen to believe... Sorry. They have reason to believe that the sylphs may have called forth their revered guardian, the primal Ramu. I'm sorry, may have? Then it is not certain. The Elder Seedseer informs us that the elementals themselves murmur the Lord of Levin's return to the forest. The Sylphlands, however, display no signs of undue commotion. Forgive me, Antecedent, but that fact need not contradict the elemental's testimony. Unlike his more bellicose compeers, Garuda and so on, Ramu is reputed to act only in the defense of his children. I imagine he would soon make his presence known if any were foolish enough to directly endanger the Soulstone or their territory. The abruptness of this development concerns me. Were we not keeping a close watch on the Touched Ones and their movements? If preparations for a summoning ritual were indeed underway, it would surely not have escaped your notice. Oh, it didn't. I was pretty sure it was going to happen, just not this soon. I beg your pardon, you foresaw this eventuality and did naught to prevent it? I told Papalimo. I suppose I could have reported things to Minfilia earlier, but there honestly wasn't much we could do except wait and see. You know how the Sylphs feel about people poking around in their territory. They already summoned Ramu once, right after the calamity, but that was because the Garleans came trampling through the forest. And so long as Castrum Orient stands, the Sylphs cannot be blamed for wishing to have their guardian deity on hand. In short, Yida and I are in agreement. The actions of the forest folk were inevitable and unavoidable. And I maintain that observation would have remained the best policy, had it not been for the sudden influx of strangers into the Black Shroud, that alas we did not see. By all accounts, the recent violence in Uldar drove a number of refugees to seek safety under the concealing canopy of the trees. 'Tis like that the Sylphs perceived this panicked migration as yet another invasion, and quickened their efforts to summon their god. I am put in mind of Titan and the kobolds. Once again, it is the affairs of men which have paved the way for a primal's coming. Indeed, one cannot help but wonder what manner of place Eorzea would be without the civilizing influence of mankind. Be that as it may, this regrettable development does afford us a unique opportunity. Dante, through your dealings with the Sylphs of Little Solace, you once succeeded in preventing an untimely conflict with Gridania. I wonder, might one has treated with the Sylphs so fruitfully in the past not achieve similar success with their patron deity? If Ramu can be convinced of our intentions, it may be the first step to break the cycle of primal summoning. A fond hope. Were such a thing possible, we would not have been at war with the beastmen since time immemorial. But maybe this time we can. Let us continue this discussion anon. We must needs first consult with the nation most affected by Ramu's presence. The Elder Seedseer has requested your personal involvement, Dante. Pray report to Commander Helox at the Adder's Nest as soon as you are able. Steel yourself for the worst. When I hope for a peaceful resolution to this matter, experience suggests that your meeting with the Lord of Levin will prove less than amicable. In such an event, your fellow scions will of course lend you whatever support you require. After Black Shroud. After Gridania. Dante of the Scions, your arrival has been most anticipated. The appearance of a primal is ever cause for alarm and unease, though my men stand ready for any eventuality. I know of none more qualified than you to snuff out this threat. Indeed, I would have you do so without delay. The elder Seedseer, however, would speak with you first. She is of the opinion that your diplomatic rather than martial skills may better serve our cause. I will leave further explanation to our learned leader. Pray make your way to Nofika's altar. The conjurer in attendance will admit you to the lotus stand. The other Scions have already arrived, sir. May I show you in? You're meant to be silent. I'm joking.
Scions of the Seventh Dawn, on behalf of the people of Gridania, I bid you welcome. Your presence is of great comfort to us all in these days of uncertainty. I summoned you here to share tidings of a most urgent nature. But a short while ago, the great elemental spoke, and his voice was clarion in its intensity. Ramu is returned unto the forest. Scarce had his words ceased to echo in mine ears when we were visited by an emissary from Little Solace. Our guest informs us that the Sylphs too have sensed the presence of the Lord of Levin. Though his exact whereabouts remain unknown, we may safely assume that the Primal was summoned within the heart of the Sylphlands.
Oh boy.
Unlike the other Primals you have encountered, Lord Ramu is no raging avatar of destruction. He is revered as much for his wisdom as his strength, serving as both arbiter and guardian to his children. Given that we and the Sylphs found a way to share the Twelveswood, it is my hope that this sagely immortal will be amenable to reason, and that conflict may be avoided. Blessed as you are with the power of the Echo, you are one of the few among us who may commune with a primal without fear of influence. I would ask, therefore, that you represent us in this most delicate of negotiations. The Twelveswood has suffered enough. Upon this, we and the Sylphs, and I would venture Lord Ramu himself, are in perfect accord. Let us not endanger our shared home by engaging in unnecessary hostilities. Dear friend, I beseech you, safeguard the peace which exists between our peoples. You have my thanks.
I love how you just see the Sylph dancing a bit in the background.
Pray make for Little Solace, then. A member of the Order of the Twin Adder awaits you there. He will advise you on how to find the Lord of Levin. An ill wind blows through the forest. Yet, it is not only the Twelveswood that flinches at its coming. All the lands of Eorzea shiver in dread anticipation. Have care.
Well, that's not dark and ominous and foreboding in any means. No, not at all. Alrighty. I love going to Little Solace every now and then. Just a tune up place is so nice and peaceful. Dante of the Scions? I was told to expect you. I understand you go to treat with the primal Ramu himself. An unenviable task, but one for which I have no doubt you are well suited. I have been told that your fellow Sires are conducting an investigation of the areas as we speak, that we might ascertain the location where the Lord of Levin might be found. I would ask that you abide here until they return with their findings. Naturally. I'm not just gonna start walking in there. I was told that a messenger would be sent as soon as your fellow Scions finish the investigation. I do not imagine it will be much longer. Oh, it's Maxio! Hey, Maxio! This one returns, and returns with good tidings. Wise ones have finished searching, and have wisely identified the precise location where the Touched One summoned Lord Ramu. Your timing is impeccable, my fluttery friend. Might you be so kind as to escort this good man to his fellow Scions? It would be this one's pleasure, Walking One. Please, please come with this one. I love the way that the selves talk. Alright, so thankfully none of these are gonna try and attack. Considering I'm like level 66, is that right? Yeah, 66. Alright, so here we are. Wise ones have ventured deep, deep within the Sylph ones. These ones must proceed carefully and keep an eye out for touched ones. Don't try and bother with the fate. Don't try and bother with the fate. As much as I want to. I'll deal with my hunting log for that later. Don't want to do it now. Don't want to potentially piss off Ramu. I know obviously me defeating the Silsies don't really have anything to do with how things go with Ramu, but just like, I feel like character-wise, yeah, he'd not want to piss off Ramu by attacking one of his children. This one is most sorry, but this one can go no further. Draw too close to Lord Ramu, and this one may turn mean and nasty like touched ones. And so this one must say farewell for now. Walking One will find wise ones not far from here. To the south. Go in safety, Walking One. Bye, Maxio. So it's actually you. I am relieved. For a moment I thought we were dealing with another one of those confounded sylph tricksters. I swear, with them wreaking havoc with their skin-changing magics. It's a wonder I was able to finish taking my measurements. Yes, it was quite the ordeal. You should have seen the look on Y'shtola's face when the one impersonating you suddenly showed up. That's quite enough, Papalimo. My apologies. It's not like me to ramble, so... At any rate, as I was saying, I have finished measuring etheric activity in the area, and am pleased to say I have reached an indisputable conclusion, to wit, that Ramu was called forth in the vicinity of this Sylph's aetherite. Come, Dante, the Lord of Lovin awaits. Oh boy.
Nora betrays thee, servant of hiding.
Look at that fantastic beard.
The bringer of light, bane of Ifrit, Titan, Garuda, and Leviathan. I am Ramu, guardian of the children of the forest. Thou tramplest upon sacred soil, bringer of light. By what right doth man intrude in this sanctuary of the sylphs? Gridanians proffer peace? Their words are born of delusion, thine offer an insult.
Damn.
Thou speakest of harmony, yet carest naught for my children's desires. They did but wish to dwell beneath these boughs in solitude. Yet even that was too much to ask of man. Thus did they turn to me for succor. The sentence I pronounce upon thy kind is just. Redanian or Garlean, it matters not. The good intent of one excuseth not the misdeeds of the other.
Fair.
Thy conflicts have brought naught but anguish and misery unto the forest. All blame doth lie with the darkness that resideth in the breast of man.
Whence sprung this calamitous seed? In the beginning no such duality existed. Were light and dark given form when man was born?
Oh, hey now.
It
I know we
would
can be proved this
explain
still.
much. Not least why strife and sorrow follow ever in thy wake. Thou canst not deny the urgings of thine own nature. Knowing that thy mere presence here portendeth tragedy, wilt thou persist in this pretense of peacemaking? Thou bearest the crystal which I bestowed upon my wayward charges. That they should entrust so precious a gift to thee. Thou standest apart from thy kin. Thou art the bringer of light, aye. But there is something more in thee.
Oh, it's about time you realized that too.
Very well. I shall consider thy proposal. Shouldst thou survive my trial. If thou wouldst champion the cause of harmony, I must have proof that thou art fit to play the role. Wither mine ire, and prove to me thereby that thou hast strength enough to stay the darkness which threateneth to consume thee. Yet if thou shouldst be found wanting, know that all men shall perish in the storm of my judgment. Come to me, bringer of light. I shall await thee on the field of battle.
Urianger, it is rare indeed to find you so far from a tome.
The Lord of Levin himself. Never till this day had I looked upon his visage, save in painted renderings made faint by time. Ever shall this scene remain etched in my mind's eye. Beg pardon, my lady. I must beg thine aid on a point of research. If thou art resolved to face Lord Ramu, I would ask thy leave to observe the event.
Right then. Let's see how long it's gonna take me to get into this. Got a feeling it's gonna take more than 5 minutes. Let's see. Alright, I'm gonna go get a snack whilst we wait. So I shall be back in just a bit. So you bet it's 10 minutes or more, is it, Reese? Yeah, that's understandable. Decided to get the bananas. Christ. See YouTube notifications. TikTok. Okay. Speaking of food, I'm gonna go make myself a sandwich or two. Supper, and we have ham for once. Yeah, hopefully. I can't wait till I get paid on Thursday. And I can actually start getting some food myself again. Alright, Reese, I'll see you when you get back. Oh, Christ. That was much quicker than 10 minutes, jeez. Oh, come on. We just need one more person to be ready, come on. Click that ready button. There we go. Woo! Win. This is just a stunning as hell cutscene. God, this is beautiful. want to be able to actually see what the hell's going on, folks. Rocking up. Can't wait to get like more moves from Monk. I need to wait till I'm able to actually do more missions for the class. For God's sake, I ended up locking on the person instead of what I should have been doing. Well done. What in the hell? What's with this tether? Can people not go ahead and get themselves electrocuted? Because surfers have all been close to me when that's happened and it's not been good. Wow, he did not like me there. Oh, is Venus the freaking tank here? No wonder. Standing too close to the freaking tank. Like an idiot. Boom. Kinda have no other choice because they are left.
I have taken thy measure, bringer of light. And I judge thee a worthy champion. The task of excising the sin that hath taken root in man's heart is thine. Shrink not from employing thy strength in service to the forest and the wider realm beyond. Like hungering shadows do the enemies of harmony gather, and meekness will but feed them. If man is to be delivered from the dark, it shall be by thy guiding light alone. Stray not from the path, for if thou dost, thy people shall be truly lost.
Thou hast slain the Lord of Levin. A regrettable act, but a necessary one.
I mean, to be fair, he did ask for it.
In witnessing thy struggle, a truth hath been revealed unto me. If I mistake not, it may yet prove a chink in the eternal armor of the Ascians. But let us conclude our present business. I shall expound upon my findings at the Rising Stones anon.
You book for you two summoners. Why is there a ball of lightning? Essentially, I beat up Ramu. Dun, 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 dun. Ba-da-bum-bum-bum. Ba-da-bum-bum-bum. Let's see, stream health, good. We've all been streaming for 2 hours and 25 minutes? Seriously? Don't feel like it. He challenged you to a test of arms? It is well then that you have some experience in such matters. The people of both Gridania and Little Solace will be relieved to hear that the Lord of Levin has accepted you as the forest champion of peace. You have performed a monumental duty this day, Dante. The elder seeds here must be performed of your deeds at once. Yeah, but to be fair, that's because it's a Saturday, so, you know, to be fair, I could have started earlier. I woke up at like, blimey, what time? I think I woke up at about 10 to 8 in the morning. I woke up really friggin' early. Oh yeah. I need to go see Kan'i Sana. Yeah. Like, I woke up at 10 to 8, but I didn't get out of bed until like 9-ish? Did a few more things as rogue. Well, ninja, I should say. To the point where now I've got 2 of my mudras. I've got 10 chi, which combined would either perform Ray Tao, which is lightning, or Katong, which is fire.
You are returned to us, dear friend, and none the worse for bearing the heavy burden which I did press upon you. Most glad I am informed that your efforts to negotiate a peace with Lord Ramu ended in conflict. Pray tell me, what befell? Ramu made trial of you? I fear there is truth to his claim. It is the darkness within us that attracts the darkness without. It cannot be denied that misfortune follows man. For evidence, one need only look to the conflict brewing in Cartanel, or to the rising flood of refugees. Our shared struggle against the Empire should have served to seal our union. Yet the ties which bind the Alliance strain under the weight of gross self-interest. As the scars of the calamity begin to fade, so too does our sense of common purpose. Yet now is scarce the time to forget our shared responsibility. If this new-sprung realm is to survive beyond its infancy, it must needs be nurtured by all. Eorzea must be as one. Yet I fear that dream is still far off. On behalf of the people of Gridania and the elementals both, I thank you for all that you and your fellow scions have done. Full oft have I been compelled to look to you for aid of late, and offered all too little in return. As leader of this nation, I shall endeavor to prove a more worthy ally to your cause henceforth. Lord Ramu has departed, yet the keening of this ill wind grows no less insistent.
I'm just going to quickly check something here. Good lord, we have still quite a ways to go. So we've got 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, 19, 20, 21, 24. 25, 26, 27, 28, 29, 30, 31, 32. 32 main quests left before we get to heavensward. Oh boy!
Voices of the forest, pray speak and I shall listen. What unseen evil begets this unease in my heart?
Actually, no, let me double check the amount because I did count from a bit of a different thing. Needs to be. Restore that tab. One, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16. I'll count them in a bit. I'll count them while we're in another cutscene actually. Word of your momentous encounter with Lord Ramu precedes you. I would fain share news of mine own, but Oriandra's discoveries must take precedence. Upon witnessing your defeat of the Lord of Levin, our learned companion was struck with a profound insight regarding the nature of the Ascians' immortality. Oh, really? Cutscenes.
If everyone is ready, let us begin. Urianger, the floor is yours.
As all here assembled now know, in its final hours as our Order's headquarters, the Waking Sands did play host to a most unexpected visitor. I speak of the Ascian clad in white, Elidibus. Unwelcome though his presence was, his words that day did serve to confirm a truth long suspected, that the Ascians are eternal beings, to whom physical destruction is as a temporary inconvenience.
In the intervening time, Urianger and I have striven to discover a means by which the Ascians might more permanently be slain.
And 'tis my belief that we have found the thread that will allow us to unravel the twisted skein of their existence. In the moments prior to Leviathan's most recent manifestation, the Sahagin elder who summoned him was observed to undergo some manner of ascension. The etheric readings taken by Y'shtola at the time of this transfiguration have proven most enlightening.
The disruption to the flow of ether was sudden and dramatic. So tangible was the agitation, I scarce had need of my goggles.
The significance of Y'shtola's readings might better be understood in the context of mine own, taken at the instant of the Lord of Levin's demise. Unlike the Primal, the Sahagin was not subject to etheric dissipation.
Before discussing our new discoveries, it may benefit us all to recall what we know of etheric behavior. Let us begin at what some might call the end. When we who dwell in the material realm die, our spirits dissolve into the flow of ether and are returned to the ethereal realm. In turn, the restless energy which suffuses that plane streams back into our world, giving rise to new life.
"'Tis as the heavens did decree, the way of all mortal souls. Twixt this world and the next do the ethereal currents swirl, bearing the very essence of life. Thus doth the cycle of birth, death, and rebirth continue unabated."
Primals behave somewhat differently. In order to manifest and then maintain a physical presence in this realm, they must consume vast quantities of ether, most often in the form of crystals. Though they may seem to live, their flesh is but ether given shape. Thus, a defeated primal leaves behind no broken corpse. Rather, the essence of its form seeps back into the land whence it came, and the energy of its shattered spirit is called back to the ethereal realm.
And there it waiteth, till next the prayers of the faithful do draw it forth from the sea of ether, to take their offering of crystals and make for itself a new body.
Which brings us on to the third group, the so-called immortals. They exist in a manner all their own.
Quite. Even as the Sahagin elder fell to the Admiral's musket shot, I witnessed the release of an ethereal cloud, which immediately took possession of a nearby minion.
A soul that dissipateth not upon the death of the flesh.
The secret of life everlasting. And in the claws of a Sahagin, no less. But I wonder, what would happen to one of these obstinate spirits should there be no suitable host for it to claim?
If mortal death entails a return to the ethereal realm, it seems doubtful that the soul of an immortal would venture there.
Nay, it merely withdraweth the distance, unto the shore of the ethereal sea, perchance, but no further.
Yes, it exists in neither this realm nor the next, abiding instead in the space that lies between them. The Ascians took control of Thancred by means of a crystal of darkness, an artifact which, if our theories are correct, serves as a gateway to the place I have just described.
I was hoping people had forgotten about that.
I am sorry, my friend.
For a mercy, the weary road of our research hath brought us unto an answer.
The Sahagin ascended to an immortal state, but he did not possess a crystal of darkness through which to flee this realm. Thus was he consumed by Leviathan. If we could entrap the spirits of defeated Ascians in like manner, and thereby deny them resurrection...
Therein lieth the path to victory. Thou art most perceptive, my lady. Only when we have trapped the bodiless soul within an ethereal prison can we hope to defeat its unnatural constancy. Thus might even an eternal paragon be consigned to oblivion.
These feats are, of course, far easier said than done. At present, we lack a viable means to entrap and extinguish an Ascian soul. Yet, I believe it to be possible. The pieces of the puzzle lie before us. We have but to put them together.
I will depart at once to convene with the sages of Sharlayan. Together shall we divine the steps by which our goals may be achieved.
I have the utmost faith in you, Archon.
Beg pardon, antecedent, but I would raise one final matter. Even now, a Sharlayan survey party seeketh to ascertain the fate of the students of Baldessian. Their findings shall soon be known to us. Though you harbor feelings of dread, I bid you surrender not to sorrow, but abide instead in hopeful prayer.
I shall, Archon. Thank you.
Said that without moving your lips. The Lord of Levin is returned to the ether, as was Leviathan before him. Ramu's acquiescence was most intriguing. Inferno, Vortex, Crag, Hall, and Levin all have now been humbled by the bringer of light. The limitless potential of man, Hydaelyn's servant, grows mightier by the day. Yet he prospers at great cost to his mistress, whose strength is all too finite. 7 times have the masses survived the rejoining, but their souls are grown weak and wan. Yet even as it enervates, the ardor empowers our master. All that remains is to nurture the strength of the gifted, to forge the final key. And that is the task to which we bend our every effort. Divine seeds were ever wont to quicken in Eorzea's fertile soil. We need only lead men to the field, and by their eager hand shall a new deity arise. That which was shattered shall be made anew, and the one true God shall come again. Gotta love the spooky boys. Now the matter of Ramu has, for the present, been put to rest. There is something I would show you, Dante. It is a letter of thanks signed by the leaders of the Eorzean Alliance, acknowledging the Scion's tireless service to the realm. It mentions, in particular, the names of all the defeated primals: Ifrit, Titan, Garuda, Good King Mogamog XII, Leviathan, and now Ramu. Needless to say, there is only one among our number to have faced them all. And though these words of gratitude were addressed to our order as a whole, I felt that they were meant for you above all others. I too must offer my heartfelt thanks for all that you have done. In the course of your duties, you have never once failed to answer my call to arms. You are a true hero, Dante, and Eorzea is that much the safer for your presence. Pray do not misunderstand me. I said safer, not safe. I know only too well that we can ill afford to lower our guard. The Ascians may be relied upon to sow chaos in this realm until such time as they are forced to stop. Why, even without their encouragement, you may be assured that man would form and strive on his own. And that is to say nothing of the beast tribes. Unless we learn to live in harmony, the primals too will return to plague us again and again and again. And yet, despite all this, your deeds serve to inspire the people, to give them hope for a better tomorrow, and there is no greater gift. That we have the courage to strive for what might otherwise seem an impossible peace, we owe in no small part of the dangers you have faced on our behalf, and the people you have won over to our cause in so doing. Our list of enemies has ever been long, but think of the allies with whom we are now blessed. Others of the souls of Little Solace who wish naught of conflict, of Alice, who strives to unearth the terrible secrets of the calamity. And then there is Sid and the Fellowship of Noah, racing to unlock the mysteries of ancient Alag that we might be spared the horror of another Ultima weapon. Of course, when speaking of our greatest allies, we must not forget those closest to us, by which I mean our fellow Scions. Thanks to their many and varied talents, our order is uniquely equipped to combat the far-reaching corruption of the Ascians, and combat it we shall. Your enthusiasm is truly heartwarming, Antecedent. Given our embarrassing wealth of allies, I trust it would not inconvenience you unduly if I absent myself for a time. Auf Wiedersehen. Auf Wiedersehen. I take it the troubles in Oldar no longer require your attention? There are yet some rumblings of discontent, but the air of simmering violence is largely dissipated. 'Tis to report such that I stand before you now. That, and to speak with you concerning the new organization we discussed. Ah, I have a message for you from Al. You recall the refugee girl? The one whose parents were missing. They were found unharmed. She wished me to pass on her thanks to you. Why, Alfie now. Am I to understand that you made the effort to remember the poor girl's name? I look forward to reading all about her in your report. I do hope you left nothing out. Dante, you have been away from Revenant's Toll for some time now, I believe. Might I suggest that you put the affairs of the realm to one side for the moment and take this opportunity to reacquaint yourself with the town? Which reminds me, one of the Doman children recently inquired as to your whereabouts. Yorzan was his name. I believe he has some small matter he wishes to share with you. Why not oblige him with a visit? Not primals for a bit. Thank heavens for that. Jesus. We finally found our own Doman Adventurers Guild to protect all the Domans. Who are you? If I didn't know you better, and I do, I'd say you were merely seeking to test yourself against a legend. Well, mayhaps I am. But what matters the motive when the children stand to learn so much from the lesson? What say you, Dante? Would you consent to spar with me? You want to spar? Alright. I'm down for that. You really want to fight me, huh? Alright. Not much. Not much, really. This guy just wants to fight whilst showing to the kids what they can do. Down you go. Well, that proved fruitless for the both of you. Oh, trying to rest my leg up a bit. Impressive as always, Dante. It is ever a pleasure to witness the spectacle of your martial prowess. And judging by the smiles on these many faces, they too appreciate the hard-won strength that keeps the perils of the realm at bay. Guardian of Eorzea. Yes, that is the most fitting title. Do you recall when we first met? 'Twas at the memorial service for the Battle of Cartano. At the time, I was yet attempting to understand this land of Eorzea. I sought to grasp the reason why grandfather willingly sacrificed himself to protect it. I shall speak plainly. My initial impressions were less than favorable. Dire problems abounded, and yet the effort I saw expended towards their solution was haphazard and half-hearted. I thought the Eorzeans a foolish and childish people. Considering the shambles their home was in, I would not have been surprised if some had chosen to swear allegiance to Gallius and the order he proposed to enforce. The Legathus' single-minded military invasion precluded any such switching of loyalties, of course. Were it not for a desire to continue grandfather's legacy, I would have abandoned the realm to its fate long ago. The threats were too many, the nations too self-involved and unstable. "'Twas you who convinced me the salvation of Eorzea was possible. 'Twas you who taught me, through countless acts of bravery, that what my grandsire sought to preserve was not the land, nor its history, nor any single nation. It was the people, these wonderful, oft infuriating, stubborn people that will suffer blow after terrible blow only to drag themselves back to their feet to face another day." Though he never put such feelings into words, I believe grandfather's admiration for this inextinguishable courage grew into a fervent wish, a wish to aid Eorzea and its inhabitants in charting a course for the future. A wish that has now become mine own. I too will endeavour to take up the mantle of Guardian of Eorzea and champion these people who toil towards a better world. Our cause, however, is not a simple one. The troubles that plague us are of a scale that cannot be solved by the science of the seventh dawn alone. No, what is needed to tackle the root of the primal threat and effectively counter the schemes of the Ascians is a new, expanded organization that operates beyond the limitations of nations and borders. If you would aid me in building such an organization, then pray let us continue this discussion back within the walls of the Rising Stones. Well now, Alfino, what do you have planned? Alrighty. Yeah, I counted how many missions we've got left before we get to heavensward. And we've got like 30-ish left to do. Which is ridiculous, but you know. It is what it is. Pray forgive me if I tread over old ground. Yeah, no, you already know this. And the longer these discussions continue, the more I sense the impetus towards unification draining away. Thus have I been campaigning for the creation of what might be considered a trial company. Also, being a primarily military outfit, I mean to assuage fears of its misuse by placing the fledgling organization under the authority of the antecedent. The Sires work tirelessly to protect Eorzea and its people. Ah, okay, so this is where his little thing comes in. And some people end up going a bit awry. So I think we end up with a traitor in amongst them. How's your room come along, Reese? Have you managed to get it all cleaned up by now? Oh, while I'm here, may as well check on the squadron and see how it's doing. Yeah, that won't be done until, let's see, 18 hours. So you talk in 9-ish AM for that. And we'll see how that goes for them. Run, boy, run! Run like the wind. Anyone else you know? I love how I get a YouTube notification of one of my own videos being recommended to me. And I wish I was joking. YouTube has legit recommended one of my own videos to me. Right. I think it's because obviously I've got the streams up on my phone. So it's just like, oh, you're watching this person's content. Here's something from this person. And I don't think they fully realize that because I'm watching my own streams that the system is kind of bugging up a bit. Dun, 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 dun. Now to go to the airship landing in Gudonia, and then we'll probably be off to Oldar. I feel like this is probably one of the most tedious of the missions for post game, and that is saying something. Like truly saying something. Quite the falling, yeah, I barely took damage. You know what? Screw it. Give me the voiceovers, please.
Tell me, General, what think you of Alfino's bold endeavor?
I think it is more than bold, Your Grace. His organization would pave the way for a united Eorzea. Well do I understand his impatience, since facing the common threat of the Ultima weapon, our nations have seemed farther apart, not closer together. Considering the many problems we face, should we not be glad that someone else is taking the initiative?
We have all pledged our cooperation, yet the grumbling continues behind closed doors. Ul'dah is not alone in her duplicity. I myself have doubts as to the good this organization will achieve. With the inclusion of the finest soldiers of the 3 grand companies, it promises to be a fearsome military body. But whom will it serve? Even under the watchful gaze of the Scions, it is not unthinkable that such a force could perpetrate a great wrong. Does it not concern you that a significant proportion of its financial backing came from the coffers of the Syndicate? That those unprincipled worms might forge this extraordinary gathering of warriors into a private army?
I have trust in the Scions, Your Grace. They have spared us no end of trouble at the hands of the Primals. If they seek reinforcements, I deem it unwise to deny them. As for their finances, full many gave generously. And though our nobles proffered a sizable sum, their coin did not spill from the pockets of Lolorito and his cronies. And what of the presence of our stalwart adventurer friend in this endeavor? I doubt the warrior of light would betray our cause.
Yes, there is that, I suppose. Yet I have known people to change. Whether we will or no, the events of the age hurl us this way and that, like a dust devil skipping across the sands. Cannot be done about Telechi?
I have explored all avenues available to us, Your Grace. But as Ul'Dan law now stands, we lack the evidence to convict him of any crime. To arrest him on spurious grounds would only play into his hands.
He has all but committed treason, and yet we can do nothing? Then what good our government? What worth the royal house? How deplorable this mockery of justice!
Have faith, Your Grace. It is not over.
Legit thinking of making Mardona the set home point at this rate. Because I'm getting sick and tired of that map. Off back to Kuwait, that's for a bit. Over the table.
The incident with the New Frontier hands? No, you need not elaborate. I have been following their progress with no small amount of interest. Brave men and women all. They do our nation a great service. The existence of a fortified outpost in Mordona will do much to dissuade the Empire from trespassing on Kurthus soil.
I wonder how that's all you're caring about.
Right glad am I that you have chosen to lend your support to this endeavor. Never let it be said that House Fortom does not acknowledge the efforts of her allies, or her debts. 'Twas in the spirit of gratitude that I arranged for sundry supplies to be delivered to Revenant's Toll. That the shipment should chance to be waylaid by heretics is poor fortune indeed. Poor fortune, I say, yet not without precedent. If you would know the truth of it, these incorrigible villains grow more organized with each passing day. This new unity of purpose we attribute to their leader, the Lady Iceheart. But though I have devoted, what we do know is that the heretics speak of Iceheart in reverent tones, and would gladly embrace death rather than betray her. Such loyalty is rare indeed, and I fear to imagine what so committed a collective might achieve. The brigands have not yet been so brazen as to risk direct confrontation here in Dragonhead. Some few of their number have, however, been sighted not far to the west of here, and with ever-increasing regularity. A visit to Whitebrim Front may bring you the answers you seek. Will you brave the snows, knowing what implacable foes may lie in wait?
Yep.
Halone's blessings be upon you! Though I take no pride in the admission, many of mine own countrymen are not so well suited as you adventurers to dealing with such foes. Were they dragons, it might be otherwise.
If your men can't even deal with soldiers, yet they deal with dragons, that's a bit crap.
You have done much. Should you learn aught of value, pray return to me forthwith. A warm hearth and a warmer welcome shall be waiting for you.
Bum 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 bum. Dum 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 dum. Dum 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 dum. Dum 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 dum. Thank you very much for the ride there, Jim's granddad. Still there, Reese? Good stuff. Search. Search the wilds of Snowcloak and defeat any heretics that we encounter. So now we're getting into the Shiva portions of things. Good night, tears. So let's see. Dun 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 dun. Dun, 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 dun. Riding Jim's granddad into the building. Going up. And hey there, Drillamon. Speak with Harfichon. He's at least in a part where I can tunnel part 2, so we're just going to do that.
Your return is most timely. Of their own accord, my thoughts had turned to your task and the progress thereof. I confess, my imaginings tended toward the grim and bloody. But you are here now, and I suspect such frivolous wonderings do little justice to the reality of your travails. Tell me, what did you learn of Iceheart? Indeed, and this transpired at Snowcloak? Of all the highlands, that towering wall has borne the worst of the region's brutal shift in climate. So inhospitable has Snowcloak become that we have still to survey the area in its entirety. Could its frozen heights conceal the heretics' hideaway? Mayhap a more robust reconnaissance effort is in order. Putting such considerations aside for the moment, we still know far too little of this Iceheart. That she is capable of commanding such a band of fanatics bespeaks natural authority, and no small measure of charisma. As much as I would like to fathom this mystery with you, the situation has grown beyond my personal purview. I am bound by duty to inform the Temple Knights and request that they bring this matter to its conclusion. Given the glowing reports the new commander has garnered thus far, I am certain that they can be relied upon to take appropriate action. Though Iceheart's true identity yet eludes us, you have provided us with a point from which to begin. Sometimes it takes but a single stone to prompt an avalanche.
Yeah, but you
On the
guys
matter
above
of the
us
stolen
with all.
provisions, I have already made arrangements for a second shipment to be sent to Revenant's Toll. I could not well allow such an honorable venture to be undermined by one miserable setback.
Right. That's the actual group. Speak with Tataru in the Rising Stones. Dun, 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 dun. Dun, 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 dun. Dun, 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 dun. Just 2 more to hand out. Dun, 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 dun. Okay, we've handed out the uniforms to the new recruits.
Comrades, your presence here this day signifies the momentous choice that each of you has made. With your strength now pledged to the Scions of the Seventh Dawn, you are beholden to no single nation. You stand as the vanguard for a united Eorzea. From this moment forth, I declare you Crystal Braves. Let us mend this fractured realm and face our enemies as one.
Not a bad name, Crystal Braves.
Whether it be the Beastmen and their primals, or the conflict in Carteneau, it is plain that the nations of Eorzea cannot solve the problems which plague the realm. Thus, does it fall to some few heroic souls to succeed where they have failed. Come, take your place at the Scion's side as guardians of Eorzea, and together we shall fight for the freedom of all! For the freedom of all!
I love how I find it annoying that some have hearts and some don't. I'm just there like
A rousing speech, Alphino. Or should I say, Crystal Brave Commander Leveilleur?
Please, Antecedent. The title is honorary. I shall not be leading the troops into battle, as it were. We are of the same purpose. Let us join hands and do what must be done to save this land.
The Scions stand ready. I'm eager to see what the Crystal Braves might accomplish. This shall prove an interesting time indeed for the Scions. Yes, I'm listening. So our worst fears are confirmed. The entire Isle. Such power defies comprehension. Truly? Kryl is alive? Thank the 12. I see. Pray, inform me if her condition changes. Yes, I shall pass on your words to Urianger.
pretty cool uniforms, yeah.
I shall contact you anon. When I learned of the loss of the Isle of Val, I dared not hope that my friend had survived. Yet, by some miracle, it would seem she has. She's still to regain consciousness, it is true, but better that than death. Putting this happy news to one side, we must now endeavor to make sense of the readings taken by the survey party. It appears the etheric disturbance which accompanied the Isle's destruction is of a magnitude alarmingly close to that of Ultima. Could the Ascians be responsible for this devastation as well?
Wouldn't surprise me.
I wonder. Have you heard aught from the Mother Crystal since the battle with the Garleans? Then she speaks to neither one of us. Heidelin silence portends naught but ill, I fear. Louis Soir, I pray you yet watch over us.
Dun, 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 dun. Mm. Lahabvea and Elidibus. Okay, so let's see. How much longer do we have left? One, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, 19, 20, 21, 22, 23, 24, 25, 26. It's not bad. Oh, wait, no, there's more. 27, 28, 29, 30, 31, 32, 33, 34, 35, 36, 37, 38, 39, 40. 42 missions. Oh, that's painful. We're not going to be getting there anytime soon. Oh. We're not getting to heavensward anytime soon. Jesus. I forgot there was a complete other section. I didn't read those freaking quests like I should have. Ooh.
Hail to you, Scion. How might we serve you? Commander Leveilleur bade you serve us? These are welcome tidings indeed. Given the sensitive nature of the task, I could not rely on one of my own. That which I'm about to tell you, I tell you in the strictest confidence. Some days ago, we received certain documents from an anonymous source.
They notified us of the presence of a Garlean agent within the ranks of one of the Grand Companies. Following some discreet inquiries, we identified a suspect among the Immortal Flames, whom we detained for questioning. Alas, the man was not our agent. He was but one of many men in the agent's employ. We pressed the traitor for a name, but he had none to give. He claims never to have met his master, whom he knows only as the Ivy. He was, however, certain that this Ivy had coiled itself around every part of the Immortal Flames. It would seem our quarry joined the company some time ago, and gradually recruited others to his cause. These conspirators are the vines by which he learns our secrets, all without exposing himself. It won't be easy to identify the Ivy amidst this tangled mass of subterfuge, but we have a tendril in our hands, and we shall follow it all the way to the gnarled root. Now, much as I would prefer to proceed with due discretion, circumstances demand that this matter be settled post-haste. Garlemald's War of Succession nears its end, and it is feared that the Empire will soon resume its march on Eorzea. When it does, we can ill afford to have traitors in our midst. The Ivy must be rooted out now. We must begin by apprising General Reborn of our findings. I would ask that you accompany me to the Hall of Flames, and remain on hand to see that things go smoothly. Assuming the Ivy's tendrils are as widespread as we believe, he will be aware that an investigation is underway, and if that is the case, he may well move against us. We must be prepared for anything, while taking care not to betray our purpose by seeming prepared. A simple enough task for a one-man army like you.
True.
Well, well. What brings you here, my friend?
He is here at my behest. Greetings, Reborn. It has been a while.
Hilbert, you old scoundrel. When they told me you'd be visiting, I scarce believed my ears. But look at you! The honored captain of the Crystal Bloody Braves. Who'd have imagined, eh?
Not many, but fewer still would have imagined your destiny lay in politics, old friend.
Aye, we've both come far, have we not? Lest you wonder, Hilbert and I go back a long way. We've been friends and rivals since we were lads. The last time we saw each other, Alamigo had just fallen, so you can guess how many summers it's been. And in all that time, not a word from the fool.
Ah, well, my dealings tended toward the modest and mundane, unlike some I could mention. As I hear it, no sooner did you reach Thanalan than the brass blades clapped you in irons and dragged you off to die on the blood sands. Being a stubborn sort, you won 1,000 matches and earned yourself a place in the people's hearts while you were about it. Then, With your mountain of prize money, you bought the Colosseum and secured a seat on the Syndicate. Those balls, brother. Rags to riches does not do it justice. You're a hero to the common man.
Bah, spare me. I am no hero. If anyone is worthy of that title, it's our friend here. Next to him, I'm little more than a glorified butcher. But you, Wilbert, you sell yourself short. By all accounts, you are an adventurer of some standing.
I like to think that I did my part for the greater good. But if you're no hero, then I'm no adventurer, not in this company. Anyway. I have tidings.
So there has been progress. I've let it be known that this meeting is a reunion between old friends. None will give your visit a second thought. To convene elsewhere would only attract attention. Let us speak here, in plain view of all. So it is we who have been compromised. Teleji Adeleji's machinations have shaken Ul'dah to her foundations. In such uncertain times, a man's loyalty may be bought for a fistful of gil. But if this snake has truly been in our midst for as long as you say, we must needs consider a far graver possibility. Conspiracy. Could it be that the Monetarists have been in league with the Empire from the first? Very well. I will have my most trusted men investigate the matter. Continue your inquiries in the meantime. It does me well to see you again, old friend. When next we meet, let it be over a flagon of ale.
I look forward to it. Let us reminisce of bygone days, and drink to the future of our homeland. Flame General, you wear the mantle well, old friend. I must work hard if I'm to keep up. Well, it would seem your services were not required after all. I dare say we have Roban's prudence to thank for that. Still, I was glad of your presence. My thanks, Scion.
Blimey, so many Discord stuff happening. Dun, 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 dun. Map. Speak with Alian in the Tangle. Dun 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 dun. Bum 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 bum. Da 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 da. The Galleons fell upon us without warning, wounding poor Resh and hauling her away to the castrum yonder. Outnumbered as we were, it was all we could do to free you. Oh shit. One of the people got kidnapped. Alright, time to go kick some ass. Hey, come face. This is for taking one of my people. Now, to quit this accursed place, Ash cannot move with those wounds. She will need to be carried out. I believe a diversion is in order. Why we trouble you to provide one, given your reputation? I suspect the Guardians will be only too happy to grant you the undivided attention. Time to kick some ass, doo-da, doo-da. Time to kick some ass, all the doo-da day. Oh, you even brought out one of your magic texts this time, huh? Time for the last bit of the diversion. Dun, 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 dun. Let's fly about on that chocobo. Dun, 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 dun. Dun, 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 dun. Finish Guardian Ambassador. Dun, 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 dun. The notoriously reclusive nation of Ishgard, situated at the center of Abalathius' spine, ruled by the Ishgardian Orthodox Church, at the head of which presides the Archbishop. Members of the original Eorzean alliance formed in the wake of Alamigo's fall some 2 decades ago. Friends of convenience who withdrew from the alliance as soon as the Imperial fleet was routed at the Battle of Silvertear Skies. since which time their borders have remained closed to all outsiders. They have rejected every one of their former allies' calls to reopen dialogue, turning a deaf ear to their neighbors' pleas even when the calamity loomed large. In the fields of Cartanu, where brave men and women laid down their lives in defense of the realm, their banners were conspicuously absent. I have tried to convince Ishgard to rejoin the Alliance at every opportunity. I have explained over and over again that unless Eorzea stands united, we cannot hope to preserve our freedom. One by one our nations will fall, as once fell Alamigo. And what have mine efforts yielded? Why not? Surely this can be considered a step in the right direction. I should hope so, rather than the lowly messengers we have fobbed off within the past. This time we shall meet with a man of genuine influence. Oh, my right side. Oh, I feel like someone just kind of pulled. That's not good. But such is the nature of diplomacy. They will bring their agenda to the negotiating table, and so will I, along with a handful of incontrovertible truths. The Empire will soon be at our doorstep once more. Indeed, you may be assured that I will expound upon this point and others. Let us depart for Camp Dragonhead, Dante. Our old friend Lord Horfachant is expecting us. Since our quest to recover the Enterprise, I understand you have further ingratiated yourself with the man. Excellent work. His fondness may prove useful to our cause. Oh, God, that side hurts a bit now. Speak with the Fortin's God. So this is where I actually start getting a few things from here.
Have faith, my friend. You need only state your case with confidence and clarity.
Woo!
Commander Leveilleur, it is both an honor and a pleasure to meet you. I am Emmerich, Lord Commander of the Temple Knights.
Alphino Leveilleur, at your service. Your reputation precedes you, Sir Emmerich. I think we will find that we have much in common.
Speaking of reputations, yours towers over us all. Does it not?
Don't mean to buy it, but yeah,
it does indeed, Lord Commander.
I am not too proud to admit that I have followed your activities with an interest bordering on fascination.
Simp. No, I'm joking.
Full glad was I to learn that you would be joining us. Now then, shall we begin?
I don't think you'd actually class him as a simp. Just probably a bit of a big fan is all.
We know full well that the Garleans will return in force ere long. What is more, we have yet to achieve a lasting victory over the primal menace. The beast tribes continue to summon their gods, and each incarnation is stronger than the last. Ishgard is not immune to these threats. I must reiterate that it would behoove your nation to rejoin the Eorzean alliance.
Once again, I must respectfully disagree.
On what grounds?
Despite their presence in Kurthus, the Ixal do not concern us. Their territorial claims pertain to Gridanian lands, and it is the people of Gridania whom they harry. Consequently, the Holy See judges this to be a Gridanian affair, and Ishgard does not intervene in the internal affairs of other nations. Even were that not the case, our forces are wholly committed to the Dravanian conflict. We have not the knights to spare. As for the Garleans, we are not ignorant of history. We have observed the rise and expansion of the Empire, and we agree that it is only a matter of time before they resume their campaign in Eorzea.
Then surely it would be in our best interests to present a united front.
Mayhap one day, but not yet. Gaius van Belsar is dead, and the legion of conscripts he left behind lacks the will to fight. We think it highly unlikely that they will emerge from behind the walls of their castra for some time.
Forgive me, but if Ishgard's position has not changed, why did you agree to this meeting?
It was not only as a representative of Ishgard that I came here.
Pardon?
It is not within my power to change Ishgardian policy, regardless of my personal feelings. There is, however, one area in which I may exert a measure of influence.
Oh?
Concerns have been raised over the supplies House Fortin has offered to Revenant's toll. These have led to calls for restrictions on the provision of aid to foreign powers. I can ensure that the shipments continue unabated.
Sir Emmerich, we would be in your debt.
No, you would not, for I require something in exchange. Of late, there has been a flurry of Dravanian activity, the purpose of which was not immediately clear. However, our astrologians have since observed alarming changes in the heavens. The dragon star waxes unnaturally bright, and there are whispers that it portends the resurrection of Midgard-Sorma.
The fallen guardian of Silvertear Falls? That's absurd.
Full many times have I gazed upon the dragon's corpse still wound around the Agrius, and wondered how different our world might be if it yet lived to plague the skies. I do not know, and I do not wish to know, nor does any son of Ishgard. Yet the mere presence of Dravanian forces is not sufficient grounds to send knights to Mordona, whatever our astrologians say. As I told you before, we have not the forces to spare.
But we do. So you will intervene on our behalf if we agree to watch over the Keeper of the Lake.
Do you accept these terms?
I do. I will see that you are kept abreast of any developments. I regret that we could not come to a similar agreement on other matters, but I understand that you are not at liberty to make such decisions. Nevertheless, I hope that what we have accomplished here today will serve to demonstrate to your countrymen that we can work together towards a common goal. Mayhap one day we shall look back on this moment as the first step towards a united Eorzea.
Mayhap we shall, Commander.
What is the meaning of this?
The caravan, my lord. It's been attacked. It was Iceheart, my lord.
What? By the Fury! All our precautions were for naught?
Oof. Alright, my dude. We'll see you when you get back. Bum 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 bum. Iceheart's heretics fell upon the caravan bound to Revenor's Toll as it was passing through Boulder Downs. It was an ambush, swift and ruthless. In an instant, every knight was slain, every crate seized. Then, as quickly as they had appeared, they were gone. It would be an impossible feat without knowledge of the route, knowledge to which only a select few are privy, I presume. Quite. We can pursue that avenue of inquiry in due course. It seems to me that examining the scene of the ambush should be our first concern. The trail is yet warm. We must act swiftly, as Lord Harvachon said. lest crucial evidence be lost. You have a knack for discerning hidden truths, Dante. Why don't you go and inspect the ambush site in person? Dun, 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 dun. Get the mount again. Welcome back, Reese. Right. Good. Oh, didn't realize I summoned the magic armor. Oh well. Must have gone a little. Joypad must have gone a bit to the left and caused it to change from the Jim's granddad to the Magitech armor. Of the pain and tiredness from yesterday is hitting me today. It's just making me feel like, have you at least done this tidying up that you needed to do? Because remember, you still had a little bit left. Oh yeah. Yeah, I love facing the primals. Actually, I do. But I think our character's a bit fed up with it at this point. Oh yeah, let's go. Let's have the magic checker on maybe other thing. Been fighting my body to not fall back asleep for like the last hour. Jesus, my dude. Your body really is just like, nah, I don't wanna be up. Oh Christ, it's 3 o'clock, I didn't even realize. Damn. Magic karma coming through. Considering the report I just received, I dare say your timing could be no better. We are all ears, Lord Julmont. A band of pilgrims was seen transporting a large number of crates to the west. Their garb appears to match the description provided by the squire who survived the attack. Alas, our scouts lost track of them at Snowcloak. The self-same frozen wall which we speculated might conceal the heretic's hideaway. Yeah, true, you did. You did do a lot of exercise with all that. My lady, everything has been accounted for. If there is aught else you would have us do, pray, speak, and it shall be done. Dark words, dark deeds. Time to observe the suspected heretic. So I'm either gonna clean later in the day or just have a rest day today. Yeah, that's fair. Let me see, how much longer have I got until I'm up against Shiva? Oh, quite a ways. I think I'll probably just wait until I've got a dungeon quest, and then I'll probably end off after the dungeon. Because as much as I want to try and get to Heavensward, I don't feel like we're gonna get it today. So I think another early stream will be tomorrow. Because at the very least, to get to the dungeon, I've got this mission, and then another one, and then I'm at the one that'll give me the dungeon. Hey, hey, where in the seven hells are you? I'm freezing me bollocks off here. I'm here, you blundering oaf. Why are you late? Standing on the wall, why else? I have duties to fulfill, you know. Your sole duty is to the... Bloody Echo, lower your voice or they'll hear us in white room front. Yes, of course. The temple nights are in snow cloak. This is what you bring to me? We already knew about our comrades in Boulder Downs who use the tunnels. Dead before they know what's happening. Nevertheless, if you waste my time again, is that clear? I legit thought the Magitech armor was a flying turtle before so. That's fair. I don't blame you. Because, I mean, let's face it. Like, look at how it does this. It folds up its legs to become this shape. Rendezvous with the host of the night. Christ, I'm trying to... Come on, boys. Doesn't matter, you don't want to attack me unless I attack you. So, pitiful side. Doo-doo-doo. Dun, 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 dun. The path of the righteous. This will give me my dungeon. Dun, dun, dun. Ba-da-ba-da-bum. Alrighty, so after this mission, that's when I'm gonna end off the stream. And then Reese, if you're still awake, me and you can play some Blood Hunt. Yeah, I'm awake, don't worry, amigo. It must be here. I'm certain of it. Why else would they go to such lengths to defend Snowcloak? It is but a pity this discovery comes when our enemy has us at such a disadvantage. Forewarned though we be, the heretics know the terrain far better than we. I dare not think how many are watching us at this very moment. Confound it. This is all wrong. Iceheart has us scratching to save our own skins, when we should rightly be straining every sinew to find her and stop this damnable summoning. Also, I love the fact that they ended up thinking Alfinal was a female. Of course, we're the ones. Yeah, Alfinal is a dude. Enter with a party of NPCs. The Goblin Corner was she this whole time. To be fair, you want to know something? I did the exact same thing on my first playthrough. I thought that both him and obviously his sister were both females. I didn't know Alfinal was male on my first playthrough. I wasn't laughing at you, I was laughing with you. Why did it lock on to this one? Whatever, game. God, some of the creatures in here are just harmless animals. We've got to, like, beat them up to get through. I feel bad for this, man. I'd like to actually do something, please. Rather than being frozen in place. God damn it. Oh. These are idiot NPCs. These are idiot NPCs. Good lord. Traps. Right, that's the last of them. ha ha ha. Come on, Yeti. Oh, lovely. Yeah, it's this way. Okay, so hide behind the smaller ones, not the fucking massive ones. Rather than getting shish kebab by all of them. God damn it! Right. Let me just do this message and then I'm fucking able to concentrate. Right. Bus station. not getting shish kebabed by all three of us. Ooh, anti-gauntlets, Jesus. Oh god, that's a big one. God damn, this game's trying to freaking kill me no matter what at this point with this dungeon. Right. Just finish this message. Right. Now I can actually get on with stuff. Finger of the apostate. Ugh. Please don't let that be an actual finger. Otherwise, God help me. I mean, I wouldn't be surprised, but still. Doesn't make it any less weird. We got Fenrir! Oh, of course they break when I'm still in the fucking radius. Yeah. It is Fenrir, the Norse wolf. Ah, shit. And I died there, of course. All because I wanted to try and thunderclap, but I did it to the friggin' enemy instead of to an ally, so yeah. This is the one thing I hate about the targeting system for this game. It doesn't respond well sometimes. And because I'm doing this with NPCs, the moment I die, we all get teleported back to the beginning of the dungeon. It is, yeah. I mean, luckily the dungeons give you checkpoints if you've beaten a boss that will take you to where the last boss was. So that you don't have to traverse the entire fucking thing. But still, it's a pain in the ass nonetheless. I love how one of its attacks is actually called heavensward. That's just brilliant. Final push. There we go, finally. Dun, 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 dun. Alright, let's see. Hero's Necklace of Slayer, which is completely useless for me.
The tales do not do you justice, warrior of light.
Oh, good.
Yes,
Beautiful
I know who you are, and you know who I am.
Lady Iceheart.
I was given the name Izel, but I earned the name Iceheart.
Let me guess, 'cause you're a cold bitch?
This endless cycle cycle of hatred, of bloodshed, of sorrow. You would see it continue, O noble warrior of light. I would not. I will not. I will bring an end to this war between dragon and man, no matter the cost. In time, you will come to understand that what we do for the greater good. For Eorzea, for Hydaelyn.
The Aether Crystal for Shiva, or don't. Oh, well, she just teleports from. That took longer than I expected. What news, Dante? Yeah, she's gonna be a cool character or someone who turns us into a... My guess is from the name alone. So, Iceheart is but a pseudonym. Not that it matters. That she managed to escape is regrettable, but from your description of that beast, you did well to come as close as you did. In any case, now that you have cleared a path, the Temple Knights can begin to survey the tunnels in earnest. Mayhap they will even find a route past the ice wall. Wouldn't that do wonders for their fight against the heretics? The Crystal Braves would certainly share the credit for it too, 12 be praised. Dante, we may yet turn this situation to our advantage, assuming we stop Iceheart before she summons Shiva, of course. Needless to say, our fellow Scions have not been idle. Minfilia and Urianger have been busy perusing the archives of House Fort Helms, gathering what information they can on Shiva. Which reminds me, if you were intending to trudge back to Camp Dragonhead, report on the day's events. Don't. The Antiscendant should be here any minute. I can only assume some people enjoy subjugating themselves to this cold. Ooh. It should just be a nice... Oh, it's not voice acted. Oh, I was hoping it would be. Those who believe that faith is a renunciation of free will, that unquestioning devotion is required of all who would live a life in service to the Fury. Such righteous fervor may well serve a knight on the front line, less so a leader of men. We are all at liberty to interpret the scriptures as we will. I choose to believe that the Fury would value the lives of her followers over the deaths of her enemies, but I would not presume to speak for the kingdoms of Elrond. 'Twas a different time, nay, a different era, and Scripture tells us only so much. Would that it told us more. Bum, 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 bum. There's no give up on the teleportation just yet. One of our colleagues in Charlotte may be able to assist us. Okay. Okay, no, I'm not. You don't know that. You have to. God, these missions are gonna send me all over Kuwait. That's just for fuck all off that time. Come on. Oh my god, this is just gonna send me all over Kuwait. That's just looking for them. Of course, naturally, you're not gonna find them. Right. Dun, 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 dun. Ba, da, da, da. Dun, 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 dun. And I have a decision. Hello. What a tangled web. Lest you wonder, we came not for the heretics, but for the merchant who has been conspiring with them. He came to our attention during the course of our investigation into the ivy. It beggars belief, I know, but it seems our favorite Garlean spy may have been providing assistance to Iceheart. Were it not for the efforts of Lady Yugiri and her shinobi, we might never have discovered this connection. Master Alfinar is too kind. I fear my people and I have done little to aid your search for this spy. We long to strike back against the Empire and weaken their influence in this land, to prevent the tragedy which befell Dorma from reoccurring. The days ahead and the work they promise will require a very particular set of skills. Skills which I am fortunate enough to possess. If you will allow it, I would accompany you till the investigation is complete. That is a most generous offer, Lady Yugiri, and one which I gladly accept. Thank you. Though I may disappear for a time, know that I shall never be far, and shall always be watching. A comforting thought. Come, Dante, let us wait inside for Captain Ilbert to return and deliver his report. Alright. And with the completion of that mission, I am going to end off the stream here. Let's see how many I've got next. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17. Hold on. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, 19, 20, 21, 22, 23, 24, 25, 26, 27, 28, 29, 30, 33 are left. So, yeah, hopefully we can get them all done tomorrow. Until then, though, I shall see you all next time. Goodbye.